Oh my god, it didn't even come through on the microphone. Hello, everyone. It is gaming time. Are we ready to be gay and do gaming? Be gay, do crime. Oh, Uh, so he did mix up some Nicrom. Oh shit. Oh shit. That is so much space. Holy crap. Okay. Severely steam cracked NAFTA. Yep. Okay. So I'm gonna quickly set up oh shit. Oh shit. Maybe not. What options to make sulfuric acid do I have? Uh Sulfur trioxide. Does that circuit 24 recipe exist? Because that was just like take oxygen, water, and sulfur, slam it together. Boom, there we go. Uh, doesn't look like it. Acid doesn't. Oh, never mind, it does. Kind of. Oh well. I'll probably set up an LCR to do this, and then wall share it with one to make polyethylene, maybe. And then I can basically tell Psych that he doesn't need like any of this. Storage bus. Oh, sweet. And cable. Oh, what the hell? Okay. I need to take the recipe here. This one. Because now I want to use styrene butadiene. Huh. Oh, right. Flux crystal is made in the mixer. I need to do that one. Uh, yeah, we can do that one. Um, and this one. Okay. So if I queue up like 320 of this. Perfect. It's gonna go through the wire mill and shit first. Oh, only 11 buckets of styrene butadiene. Cool. Anyway. Oh, he put down the edge lighting. Honestly, not a bad idea. Let's see. What did... Okay, so Zyke didn't set anything up down here. Needs maintenance. Duct. Idling because they don't have anything to do? What tantalite would be a good one? Oh, never mind. That requires persulfate. Lepidolite has a lot of fluorine in it. So that's the one that I have been wanting to do. Okay, Realgar and Coal are still on there. Oh. Oh, wait, that's... Never mind. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. There's not really much that I want out of these. So, I guess Tantalite... I could just... Jesus. Yeah, I'm not feeling you. I want this because of the tantalum. Oh. Can I... Instead of doing appetite there. Up morning light, up till morning light. Leppe. There we go. We'll get the fluorine from that. I'll be up till morning light, up till morning light. Okay. So, what machines can I make with this? Ooh. Getting a large wire mill would be really, really nice. Okay. Beryllium aluminum. I'm feeling about tonight. I got a feeling about tonight. Up till morning light. Partial plan, missing ingredients. Okay, so it's, yeah, it's beryllium. Let's see. Okay. So that means I need to do the beryllium ore. That needs sodium persulfate. Are you fucking serious? Bruh. Okay. It's like you really don't have to be using that to make lube anymore. At least I don't think you do. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Maybe you do. Pyrolyze oven. Oh, no. Distillation tower. Get it from wood tar or coal tar. Oh, hey, hydrogen sulfide. That's not a bad shout. I'll also need naphthalene anyway. It gives me ideas. Phenol, benzene, dimethylbenzene, toluene, creosote. Yeah, maybe I'll set something up for wood tar. Because this is also kind of getting a little redonkulous. I don't really care about... Yeah, until I can really make this, I don't really care about the, other shit. Rare ore residue, rare raw ore slurry. But it looks like he's actually making a decent amount of lube like this because we're getting pumpkin seeds. Okay, he's doing exactly as I suggested for him to do. Okay, so are there emeralds? There is. So far beyond reality, all alone in desperation, now the time has gone. Lost within my own mind, day after day this misery must go on. Okay. 4 seconds to output those. We'll let that go. How do we make this? Liquid polyethylene. Oh, polybenzobitazole. Polycaprolactam? Thin polyethylene, silicone rubber. Huh. Wow, I can't use... Oh. Caprolact... Oh, you can't even make caprolactam. On New Horizons, you could make it. And it was very good for making string. That makes me wonder. Is that actually what it's used for? Oh, it's used to produce nylon. Yeah, that's why it makes string. Okay, so... Trying to think here. I guess I'll have to make a fluid solidifier. For ingots. Oh. Okay, I need CPU chips. CPU wafer is the light blue lens. This is gonna make a lot. Oh, right. Light blue lens. CPU wafer. Okay. So that'll auto output into the cutter, and then the cutter will output into the system. Wasted and gone. Which one is this one for? Oh. Okay. So let's make 16 of these for now. Basement. Motor. God, do I want to listen to weeby music like this right now? I really am not feeling weeby stuff. You know what? DJ, let's go. Motor. It's actually kind of wild. Um, I need to start using that ethylene. Propene, ethane, butene, benzene. Benzene I'm using to make, the fuck is that shit called? What is that shit called? Styrene butadiene. What ingredient? Oh, sorry, it's being used to make styrene. Ethylene and benzene. Right. Wait, what? Oh, it must... I guess it's a slow recipe, if I remember right. Isn't it this one here? Oh. There's nowhere for the hydrogen to go. Hydrogen. We're gonna set that to avoid overflow. Because if stuff is going to make hydrogen as a byproduct, I want it to be able to... I want everything to be able to run. Okay. Solidifier. It's always the stainless steel fluid pipe. Oh. Well, now it's, now it looks like it's screws. Oh well. Casting mold ingot. Coming back. Not come. Okay. Pattern provider. Ah. Shit. I guess I can... Oh my god, Sis. Wait, what? Hold up. No, 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 no. What the fuck? What? I'm sorry, Sis. I know you're trying your best. But I keep telling you lumium. Because that's the superconductor. Hey. I want to make the extruder multi-block. Like, the extruder one is going to be the first one I make. Can I request 500? No, because I need so much of that still. Oh. I can start that for the time being. Multi-block upgrade kit. So I want to make the wire mill. Make the extruder. Eventually, yes, the macerator. Bender would be nice. The larger electrolyzer and centrifuge would be nice down the line too. Oh, and mixer. Okay. So that means that I'm going to need 4 of these kits. Do I have what I need to EBF this? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, pretty comfortably, too. "34 seconds. Big for you. What does this one take? Sterling silver. Okay. How about this one? Burma bright? Okay. And then this one. Kovar. Huh. Burma bright. Kovar. What was this one again? Oh, no, this one. So sterling silver. CUAG. Okay, so this one's 3. This one's 3. And this one's 1. So it's Kovar Burmabrite. Let's do the Kovar. Nickel Cobalt. Shit. Shit. Okay, it's a quick recipe at MV. Okay. Pentlandite. Ah, shit. Oh, hey. This one. Hold on me. I may wind up adding another input bus right here, just so that we can shove whatever we want into it. You know, hold on. I swear to God, if I look in here and I see nickel. Okay. Aluminum, bornite. Okay, well, there is crushed pentlandite. What does this need for ore processing? That one's just distilled water. Oh, and it gives iron cobalt. Eye on you. Mm-hmm. I've seen the killer in the room. Look at all that steel dust. I'll have to make the multi-block macerator soon too, actually, though. Okay. I can start making Kovar for the time being. How much more of the beryllium aluminum? Okay. I shouldn't actually need a ton of beryllium aluminum. Yeah, shouldn't. We'll have both of those go automatically in. Do I have to EBF this one? I do. Sterling silver I could probably request a shit ton of. MV 25 seconds? Oh my god. Yeah, I want my perfect overclocks from these guys. Perfect overclocks would go a long way to increasing our processing times. And then yeah, the last one is Burma. Burma. Here's hoping that I have enough to make like 400 of it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Anyway, basement. Tetra. This, so we set this recipe to be solidify. Cause I can't go with it. Just stay with me. Huh. Just stay with me tonight. Is this an HV recipe? No, it's low voltage. So I should be doing this in a goddamn LCR. God damn it. But the stars are so bright, I don't think that you might. Let's stay with me. Ah, man. Oh, okay. Okay, so that made the Kovar. Good. What? What do you mean none are... Oh. Only the 1K is left. There we go. Oh. There we go. Now then. I wanted to make a couple LCRs and shit. Our best to find heaven. Oh, yeah. Input bus. Chest. I don't believe in God, but girl in you. Oh. So, where are we farming, Oh, is it over here? Yep. Really? Really? Okay, this is actually kind of funny. I guess that's one way to do... Holy shit. But man, look at this. Like, what can we use the ammonia for? Wait, ammonia is the nitrogen? So, oh, that's right. Ammonia is nitrogen. Oh, I forgot about that. Hydrogen cyanide? And I wonder if I'll ever brighten up my weather whenever I'm in New Sidonia. Oh. Let me see how we're doing on the nitrogen front. Oh, we are fucking golden. I don't need to set that up. That is like we are doing so well in terms of nitrogen there. The fact that it's basically passive is just so good. These are gonna be busy for a while. uh So PTFE pipe casing. I need normal. Oh. Jesus. And then I guess I'll need PTFE plates. Oh, wait. PTFE frames. I need extruders. Oh. Oh my god, that is such a quick recipe. Yeah, fuck that. Steel plate. Oh, right. I have no crafting processors. They're all busy. Waiting for the crash. Greyhound Station. Paid in cash. Okay. Got a good amount of Invar. Basement. Bendy boy. Ah, no. It's the voices to the song. I guess one. Oh. I'm gonna need 2 more of these. Which is a good excuse to do that. And then I'm actually gonna need more. Because I want to set up a couple LCRs. I guess I'll set them up here. Okay. Ugh, fuck me. Ah, Jesus Christ. Alright, let's go buy... Oh. Let's go buy some more hatches. Oh my god, I can just go buy some EV circuits. I'm not gonna, but... Well... Inert... Ugh. Solid. Wait a minute. There we go. Da, 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 da. Okay. A large amount of these recipes are one fluid, and a solid. Just try real quick. Okay, so you can't put an item into one of those hatches. So, I guess I can come up with ideas. Veronica. Oh. 1, 2, 3. I thought I had some of these. I guess they were normal polyethylene, not polytetrafluoroethylene. Da, 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 da. Unless I absolutely have to, I usually only put inputs on the top layer. Okay, so this one here is going to be an auto crafting one. Input bus. And input hatch. And then we'll have output hatch. Output bus. Okay, so that. This thing shouldn't make stuff too fast. Actually, I should do 2 output hatches. The hottest pot is telling you no. Oh. Hadoy. We're just gonna make all of these HV straight down the line. Oh, wait. They're all just gonna be HV. Wall share. Converter. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized that I'm an idiot. Yeah, pattern provider there. Okay. I'll get ready with the pattern provider there. So polyethylene. Oxygen, ethylene makes liquid polyethylene. So this one, I'm gonna need input buses back there. And we'll do dual input hatch. Okay. Whoa. I feel like I thought I was making a hydrocarbon or something somewhere that I could use to make something. But now I don't know. Would you still? I'm gonna make some more 16K storages. Yeah. Interface. Oxygen. Ethylene. Cool. So the last one, sulfuric acid. This one, I do believe... Yeah, circuit 24 with just straight water sulfur. Maintenance on all of those. Four amp, 8 amp. Okay. Is this Nightwish? Oh, no. Let's see, how are we doing on channels? 67. Wow, you know what? I don't need any of that anymore. Oh. All right. Cool. All right. This has to be set to circuit 1. 10 ticks for liquid polyethylene. And now it's full. Good. All right. So, boards come with me. That can come with me too. That as well. Iron 3 chloride can come as well. And then sodium potassium. Oh yeah, I wonder. Can I make these plastic boards better now? I can with polytetrafluoroethylene. Oh God. Ah, Tim's at work. So I'm getting barraged with messages of him being on the property. Oh. Okay. Well, whatever. Uh, give me this. And yeah, we're gonna make this swap. So let's make like 200 of these. So what's it making from this first? Oh. That does make it difficult because that has two fluid inputs. Yeah. I need to see what this ingredient buffer does. So if it does what I think it does, then I'm gonna wind up having to use this. Oh, that one still remains my favorite flavor. There's a block that can hold. Oh, okay. Okay. Then we do that. That. I'm gonna put blocking mode on. Oh, oh, it's noon, which means it is up restart. Oh, right. I have to check on my package. Should be arriving. Okay. Oh dear God. Okay, this is why I don't normally use those. Oh, God, I love Carry On. Alrighty. Um, guess I'll try that. Oh, Okay. Oh no. LCR will always be faster than a single block. Well, unless it's like at the same recipe tier. Okay, so yeah, we're running into the same problem with this one too, so. This is why I always put the super tank right on top of the output here. And lies, tell me sweet little lies. Oh no, no, you can't disguise. Oh! Yeah, I'm an idiot. But putting down a super tank is honestly the much better option. Okay. So I think this will work. Lies, tell me sweet little lies. Okay, so now it's doing Kovar. Now, uh, so I'm gonna try and do this. Okay. Maybe I didn't need to make as much as I thought there, but whatever. And then for this, I'm gonna have to make their own energy converter. Okay. It'll just be a few minutes. We're singing songs about. Turn on the radio waves. Nice. Ah! Watching movie stars. Cause we're the 80s kids. We're singing songs about. Turn on the radio waves. Cause we're the 80s kids. But you left without saying goodbye. I can't forget that night. Don't want to say it. I wanna be anywhere else. Okay. So I need an HV extruder. And let it rain. Let it rain on me. Let it rain on me. Let it rain, let it rain. Mm-hmm. Let it rain on me. Gonna need more Johnny Walker. Aha! Uh, so we have to wait until IV to make an ME output bus. Oh. Does it need a muffler? Oh, I guess I need an output bus. No more tears. Oh, can only have one energy hatch. Makes sense. Otherwise, I could tier skip. Understandable. Have a good day. Uh... Away, oh, no more tears. Away, oh, no more tears. Away, oh, no more tears. No more tears. The diamond? Oh no, it's gold skystone. Hit the ground running. Ah, it's having to make HV circuits. The ground running and I hit the ground running. The ground running. High power casings. Ah! You know that I can never look back. Okay, so Kovar, I think, is this one? Yeah! Mixie boy. Main floor. Also, I just came to realization. Oh. Oh, that notification over and over again. Okay. Still out for delivery. Okay, so for the time being, this one's gonna be pattern 1. This one's gonna be pattern 2. Okay. This one is 3. Oh, I put that on there. Okay. Oh, shit. All those Skystone ones. Hmm. Okay. I guess these fluid ones are gonna be trickier. Oh my god. Yeah, I need to make the forming press. I don't love anyone but you. Ah, hello, trunk. Well, at least until the weekend when we can play Craft Exile. Let's see. Oh, the hell? Device offline. Oh, I never hooked this up. Okay, well, let me do this. Network engineer. Oh. Okay. So make me 300 of the... What? Missing ingredients. Wisdom only cry. Fine. Oh, it needs maintenance. Wow. Still 5 seconds. Sucks. It's normally 20 seconds at MV, so I guess making this, I did reduce the crafting time by half. Because I was crafting it in a non-perfect overclock over here. I guess I can put that in there. So this one is 1. After that, let's see if I can do, like, missing ingredients. What am I missing? Oh, it's going to be the charged Certus quartz, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Forming press. Large forming press. This one needs alkaloy. Molybdenum? Oh boy. Well, let's see if I can make this. Wait, what was the... Okay, good, it is. I'm missing molybdenum. So, where do I get molybdenum? Scheelite. Which is tungsten. Ore processing. Scheelite, molybdenite. Yeah, that's not good. Okay, so... Is scheelite one of the ones that I need to make? No. This one isn't one either. Well, molybdenite. Yep. Molten molybdenite. I guess I'm gonna have to get this set up today. Because we need to start getting all of these things. Man. Molten ore mixture comes from the raw ore slurry. Which, that means that we should have a bunch of it, eh? Molten ore mixture. Okay. Oh. Motherfucker. Random pillager out here. Okay, so that's still making Kovar. I have a feeling it's going to make the Sterling Silver next. Which, honestly, Sterling Silver would not be a bad thing. Burma Bright would be the bender. If I go to the processing... Do we have... Okay, we do. Nitrogen is being handled by AE2 as well. Oh, this is going to be busy for a while. Then here's what I'm going to do. Okay, I'm going to make that industrial barrel. Canthal Spring? Thin polyethylene sheet. Yeah, that's right. I'm a monster. Okay, that's a decent amount of CPU chips. Okay. I gotta wait for some of these processors to craft. I am also realizing that the multi-block macerator would be really good too. Which is blue steel? Oh no. Oh, this one sucks. Oh no, I need bismuth bronze. Let's see. What about brass dust? Damn it. Okay, so I need bismuth. Flash of Fantasy. Oh, it comes as a byproduct from cassiterite? But that needs sodium persulfate. Let's go, gamers. All right. Fun times. Well, I guess that won't be happening anytime soon. Anyway. Really? I'm still waiting on these? I am gonna go get some ramen. Oh man, it is so hot in my room. Oh, shit, are you checking the door? Okay, circuits are being crafted now. Oh, good. So let me make this industrial barrel. No, that's not a quest. Interesting. Okay, so it's laminated glass Polyvinyl butyrate? Ah. Polyvinyl butyryl. Really? Really? Polyvinyl acetate. Titanium. Oh, never mind. Vinyl acetate. Okay, I'm gonna have to encode this shit because holy fuck. Carbon monoxide? Bruh. Okay, polyvinyl acetate now. Okay. Okay. I'm so annoyed that laminated glass takes this stupid polyvinyl bullshit. Oh. Forming press. Fluid solidifier. Basement. I'm having way more fun with AE2, considering I don't have to really worry about channels. AE2 is so much more enjoyable when you don't have to worry about channels, man. Package is out for delivery. Okay. Getting annoyed waiting for this. This is... Wait. Okay. Yeah, that's why. Okay. I'll do better next time. Don't really need this mixer anymore. So give me... Which one was it? Vinyl acetate. This can be circuit 1. And this one can be circuit 3. Oh. Oh, I guess I can't turn this into anything. Waste of an LV. Okay, so we're making the laminated glass now. Okay, so aqueous? No. Magmatic. This is the one that I want. So if I feed it cobblestone, it makes lava. Does this have any form of... I guess I'll find out. I'm gonna have to give it HV power. So is this clean? Oh, is this clean stainless steel or which one is this? I think it might be clean. Yeah, clean. How many do I got? Not enough. Okay. Three, four, five. Oh, I need black steel frames? Ah, hell. Oh. Okay. I might have enough for how many black steel frames I need. Guess I'll find out here. I need... Yeah, go fork yourself. Because I'm going to be waiting for this. I guess I could technically start building the rest of the multi-block, but... Oh, it's 4 tall. Oh, shit. I need a lot more black steel than I thought. Okay, it's all clean stainless on the bottom. I'm gonna put a HV energy hatch here. Oh. So... 80 seconds. 5 seconds to make 10 buckets. of lava. That's not bad. Does this need a maintenance hatch? Oh, it does. Morning in the night so soon. Oh. Steel pipe casings in the corner. Oh, perfect. Oh. Okay. If I put that there. And then we do input bus. Output hatch. And a clean casing there. Structure formed! Did it say that it's not consumed? Oh no, it is consumed. Oh. Oh, it did that quick. Oop. Cobble. 20 seconds. Oh, never mind. Ah, shit. There we go. Now then. All night. Oh, no, that's an output. Okay, LV input hatch and output bus. Flux dust. This is going to be circuit 1. Oh. I need a bigger input hatch. God damn it. Oh, why do I have a ping? What? Oop. Don't let your heart die. Don't let your heart die. $15 for one. Pain. Somebody call it. Don't let it go, don't let it go. Don't let your heart die. Don't let your heart die. A suicide of a perfect life. Okay. And then... Wait. Lux. Oh, shit. It's an EV recipe. So, need another one of these bad boys. That's another one I'm going to block. Cool. So now we put a storage bus on it. And that. There we go. Yeah. All right, so now I can start encoding all the recipes for this shit. Because this will also give us wireless charging, which is exactly what I want. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Okay, gonna wait for dusts. Cool. Oh, what the hell? Whatever. Cool. Cool. Now we've got wireless charging. Yeah, yeet. Okay. Awesome. Still arriving today. Okay. You know what? They don't void if they power fail. To the memories, to the regrets, Los Angeles. To the memories, to the regrets, Los Angeles. Oh, good. Okay. I'm not really using that much power, actually, all things considered. I thought I was going to be using a lot more. I will not lie. To the memories, to the regrets, Los Angeles. Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. That that was weird. Huh. Okay. I want to make a bunch of glass panes because I'm gonna need them because I am actually going to encode the storages. Cool. Come on. Oh, good. Go. How much storage does this have? I'm pulling the steam out fast enough. I'm just not producing the steam fast enough. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's this that has the muffler. Oh, he did make this EV. So in other words, yeah. Okay. Oh, it's still not even full. Oh shit. More things equals more gooder. Are these almost done? Oh. Hot. Hot Burma braid ingot. Um, what is the rubber that I'm using? Oh, right. I took the recipe for that cell out. Ah, whatever. Um, yeah, I'm gonna get that set up now. Advanced distillery. Batch. So we need. Wait. So it's 10 buckets. Okay, yeah, I can just use LV ones. Uh, bus. 2 HV energy hatches. So we're gonna go down to ore processing for this one. And how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 10 rotor copper wire. Okay, so I made the extruder, so it's time to start putting recipes into it. So that one's plate. That one's rotor. And copper wire. I don't have the wire mill yet, so I'm just gonna do this. Shit. Super. Nice. tin plates. Shit. About to go to the bathroom, but damn. Is it saying 5.9 seconds for a tin burger? Not bad. That feels better. Okay, so converter. Oh, gotta pull that back one more. Or wait. I should probably do this here. Actually, no, let's do it over here. He only has this set up for medium voltage? Weird. Uh... Molten ore mixture. So, output bus here. Maintenance hatch. Where, anywhere. Okay, so it is 7 outputs, so I need to make this 7 output hatches tall. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maintenance. Okay. Molten ore mixture. Molten ore mixture. Okay, so why isn't this working? Molten ore mixture. All of these are output hatches. There's an output bus. Hey there, Bear. Why isn't this working? Working disabled. Okay, why isn't this working? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Okay. Let's just see if I'm dumb. Structure formed. Why isn't this working? Oh, I'm an idiot. Go your own way. You can go your own way. Go your own way. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Ah, shit. Nope. I need this to be on that ore processing subnet. Let it go. Autoclave. Large autoclave. Hmm. Why is there two large pipe molds? Zoink! Da, da, da. It's the room. Katie's dress in full bloom. The yellows and blues. There. Autoclave. Oh. Well, I guess I'm waiting behind these cables. Great. Okay, these are still making Burma bright. How much longer? Oh, this is the last round. Okay. Some with gold and some with bourbon. Some like putting on a disguise. Okay. Oh. Okay. God damn it. You know what? Cancel that. So that these other recipes can craft. I gotta make 416X. Which means I'm waiting on an entire stack of 2X. I think. Oh my fucking god. Know that I lie. I gotta be careful because I'm wiring HV right next to MV. This is living dangerously. Also, I think Sizz is getting home soon. Huh. Okay, so we've got an EV, EBF. Time to kill our power a bit more. Yep. Okay. 8 seconds to cool a Nitro Mingot. Okay, so Oh. Wait, what? Oh. Okay, so I just need to do some stainless steel foil. Oh, there we go. One night, one night. I'm gonna check on these. Okay. So are these both at... They're both at 305 efficiency. So if I do 3.05 times 3.05, Jesus. Then we multiply that by 960, 1, 2, 3. Each bucket of diesel makes this much power. One night in the nothing. Ah, it's gonna be a while before I can make that. Oh, Sizz has joined. Why have this only doing... Okay, this is only doing 1 amp. Once I get enough nichrome. Tungsten steel HSSG. Titanium ultimate. Oh, these ones are steel. I might honestly be able to do this. Large plasma. Oh. Each rotor holder above HV. Problem is, then I would have to make a dynamo. Dynamo. HV dynamo hatch. is the 4 amp? Oh, I wouldn't even be able to do it until EV anyway. So whatever. I need a beverage. The next guy calling out your name. Yeah. Oh. Oh, this also tells me the average check too. Huh. Oh. Oh. Ah, so tasty. Oh, the multi-smelter can be an alloy smelter too. Interesting. I might have to make another multi-smelter. Really? Or are these actually using power right now? Oh, shit. Seems like we're using power from these guys first. Can I... I want to pull power from my passive production source here. The south. Quack. Okay. Looks like we're using about 10,000 FE from that. Where does all the spruce come from? Comes from over here. Where? What are you doing? I don't want spruce in my inventory. If you don't want spruce to be going into your inventory, add it to your blacklist. Simple as. I need to requeue these. Just enough to breathe. In the F train, to the south slope. You know, people are okay in their own way. Okay. Bitch. Okay. Now I get to have some fun. Because I have to get one of these as a geode. I think it's the Ilmenite that I need as a geode. So Ilmenite... Oh, sorry. Not... Like, cooled? The fuck? Okay, whatever. So stone dust and molten ilmenite and an autoclave makes raw ilmenite. Raw ilmenite I need to crush, which then... Oh, is it not this one? Ilmenite dust. Okay. Ilmenite dust goes into an HV EBF. And it makes rutile. Rutile then has to go through the whole titanium line bullshit. Titanium tet, which then gets EBF'd at high voltage. I can probably set this up before I have to go. Oh, right. Autoclave. Okay, so that's 8 amp. Okay, so I need aluminum wire. Color kids are lining down the block. Spectrum of a light from a wall to more. Simmering rays on the stage I go. Leaves I'm wanting more. Leaves I'm wanting more. Shit. Oh. Calling out a name. Waiting round the backstage door. Try to get in. Been looking at your poster. My wall. And I'm wanting more. Yeah, I'm wanting more. Star worshiper calling out a name. Waiting round the backstage door. Tried to get in. Wanting more. Star worshiper calling out a name. Waiting round the backstage door. Tried to get in. "1980 superstar." Let's see. Tungsten. Sheldonite gives platinum, so I might do that one. Molybdenite. Is that one also... That one is also another 1,000. Ilmenite, we're doing Bastasite. Yeah, I'll do Sheldonite. Sheldonite will be the last priority one, though. Girl, I just want you to know. Girl, I just want you to know. Girl, I just want you to know. And if I'm driving you crazy. So. Did it not go in? What? Silver? Oh! Yeah, I'm a dummy. I never hooked it up. Okay. Thermal centrifuge technically would be the best one. Oh, God. Okay. We got 150 nichrome so far, so can I do like 20 coils? Missing ingredients. Oh. Let's do 15 coils. Well, nights go on forever. Oh, shit. What? We mean delivery attempted. I didn't get a call or anything. Bruh. Fucking Purelator. They never actually try and fucking... Receiver unavailable. Fucking bullshit. No fucking way. I have to wait until Monday? Oh, fuck off. Yes. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, I'm just dealing with the chat support. Yes, yes, that is my address. The problem is, Purelator is on the other end of the goddamn city. I'm not fucking going to pick up. I'm never gonna hear anything about that complaint that I just put in, I bet, though. So I have to go through the highway too, but my highway is different. My highway is called the Perimeter, and it legitimately goes around the entire city. So that's the highway that I have to go. You request them to drop at a pharmacy or something? No. Or wait, ilmenite. Is this one sodium persulfate? Fuck. I'm gonna have to set up sodium persulfate, aren't I? Oh. Sodium persulfate is actually pretty easy to make. Huh. Sodium hydroxide and 2 sulfuric acid. There. Let me show you what I mean by I have to go around the perimeter. So, I live in this area here, okay? The Purelator depot is like over in this area, I believe. It's like over here. So, in order to get there, I either have to go through the heart of downtown, which fuck no. I'm never going downtown. Fuck the heart of downtown. Downtown is literally suffering to drive through. So my other option is to, you come out here, this is the perimeter. This is the perimeter, and it goes all the way around the city. And it's actually kind of funny because the perimeter, or yeah, we're actually starting to like get close to the perimeter. Oh, that's really interesting. Oak Bluff is, huh? But yeah, like this is Winnipeg. Also, this is what I love showing people. Whenever I look at like the map of Manitoba, look at how pixelated the map looks because of all of the farming. And it's kind of funny because once you get past right here, like there's not really many farms past here. And then you get up over here. Where is it? This is where my mother lives, in this area here. Which, like, this is the drive that I have to make to go visit my mother. It's actually a Minecraft map. But this is just how, like, the prairies are, right? Like, this is Saskatchewan. If you zoom in, like, look at all that farmland. The same thing goes for southern Ontario here. Because look at all of this farmland. All of this is farmland. Honestly, southern Ontario looks more fucking pixely. But the other thing about this is that, like, there's just so many people living here, though. You can see that a lot of the land is kind of subdivided, too. So, like, this looks like a parcel of land, this looks like a parcel of land, this looks like a parcel of land, this looks like a mini parcel of land. Whereas over in Manitoba, it's very subdivided. So the way that Manitoba has done all or most of their roads is if you come up over this way, everything is done in little mile marks. Now, everything being done through miles on here predates the fact that we swapped over to metric, right? So these are 1 mile by 1 mile here. Yeah, they're 1 mile by 1 mile. So you can see that, like, you have like the way that a lot of this works is everything's done by the mile here. And you can see that, like, oh, there's a major road every now and then. Well, Clandeboy. This one's a major road, but then it turns into a dirt road. I think this is the road. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. I'm going to see if I can find. Here it is. So I was on highway number 8 here. And I think I turned on to Donald here. So this is the road. When I say that I went from paved road to gravel road to dirt road, this is what I mean. I turned on to Donald. It turned into gravel road here. I kept going, and then it turned into dirt. Like, this is legitimately dirt road here. And I was like, oh, fuck, no. And I just drive a Ford Focus. And then I got out to here, and then it got even worse. I was like, well, shit. Now I'm at a T in the road. Where the fuck do I go? Well, I'm having to get to Winnipeg, I have to go south. So I was like, okay, as long as I go south, I'm fine. Look at this. This is all dirt. Like, this is it's hard. Wait, let's see if I can do this. Damn, there's no street view for right here. Um, this is like this the divots here, the ruts. The ruts are dirt, but this area right here, the gray in between, was overgrown with grass. So I had grass caught in my radiator. And, like, this goes for a while. And then the moment I got to this road, I was like, okay, fuck this. And then I turned off to go this way again. This is a gravel road. But then I got to another T in the road, and I'm like, ah, fuck. This one is paved, and then it turns into gravel here. So then I went all the way down here, and I'm like, oh my god, please. And it was 50 kilometers per hour here. Like, it took me so much longer to get home because I was doing this. Um, and I'm trying to remember, where did I turn off? I didn't turn off on Fort Garry. Rushman. And I didn't go all the way down to West St. Paul. The road that I turned onto was like 4th Base Road or some shit like that. Concord Hutterite Colony. Oh, jeez. Anyways, though. Oh, hey, server restart. Anyways, are you getting on Discord, Sis, or what? What's up? Whack. Oh, what the? Why is metal mixture dust in there?
Tomorrow I won't be playing.
Huh?
Tomorrow I won't be playing.
Why not?
Because, well, I have the thing with Trent tomorrow, but also won't be able to come back home until after the shit with my friend. The guys who come in late after me will be late. Like an hour and a half late.
No.
So I have to stay an hour and a half later. And I'm pissed because I won't be able to go home, take a shower before the stuff with my friend.
Shaking my head. Well, I guess that changes what I was going to... I was going to say we should play Craft of Exile tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I'm not doing tomorrow. Oh, it's so fucking hot tomorrow. Ah.
Oh my god, it was terrible yesterday. Like,
how much?
When I left work to come home, it was still 24 degrees and 80% humidity.
Disgusting.
Not
how
only
much
that,
was it during the day?
Not only that, but it was also do you know what like the air quality index thing is on the Weather Network?
Yes.
It was 215, I think, which is incredibly unhealthy.
Okay, I don't know about that one. Mine is only goes from like 1 to 10, I think.
Oh.
Like right now, it's at 5. Moderate health risk.
Here, let me.
Maybe it's not 10. Maybe
So
it's
today it's a 153, and it's listed as unhealthy.
Fine.
So there's 42, I think that's micrograms of particulate matter in the air per like cubic meter of air. It's from the forest fires, wildfires up north.
Yeah.
And like, me taking a picture would have not done it justice. But the picture that I posted in Photographs and Art a while ago about how smoky it was smokier than that.
Photograph. Oh.
Yeah.
Great.
Like you can see light.
Yeah.
That's
great.
how bad
Amazing.
it is. Yeah.
And how hot was it during the day?
I think it got to like 34.
Disgusting.
With 80% humidity during the day too.
It's only tomorrow for me. It's 30 with how much humidity actually tomorrow?
I think I have to make the multi-block crusher or macerator. Which I do believe, yes, that's the one that I need blue steel for.
Yeah. Well, today right now immunity is 54%.
Oh, right. Blue steel is the one that I need bismuth for.
Yeah. Maple.
Wow.
Do you need a large rock crusher? Because there's one. I have all the stuff to make one. Turns out I need to make one.
We don't really need it.
Yeah.
The only
Well.
thing that I could maybe see a use for would be... which one? Oh, shit. Which stone?
I was gonna make one for andesite, but turns out I was able to use any kind of stone, and not only andesite.
The only one that I could really use would be deep slate. Because deep slate, if you macerate it, it gives you deep slate dust, which then centrifuge gives you silicon dioxide and biotite. Biotite we can electrolyze for fluorine.
Right. Well, do you want me to set that up?
You said you have everything for it, including
Yes,
the
everything should be in the
casings?
system. Okay, maybe unless you
Even the
use,
red
yes,
steel?
I made the 20 casing yesterday.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't need 20 casings. Here's the thing. I don't think that there's actually a minimum number of casings. So you could technically just make it all input buses if you want. Because, come down to the basement, sis.
Basement.
I've made 2 of these multi-blocks so far. The entire top face of this is input buses, and then the side here is input buses. There's actually, like, not a lot of casings in this bitch.
Yeah, I know, I understand. But if you don't need a lot of casing, if you don't need a lot of input and output, well, then you use casing.
Yeah, if you want to set one up, sure. Let me just see what power we would want it at.
Casing.
Oh,
I think
never mind. No, we can't do what I want.
Why?
Deep slate requires EV.
I mean, you just need 2 of the HV.
Read the tooltip for the large rock crusher and tell me why that's not going to work.
Large rock crusher has perfect overclock. Can only have 1 energy. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Womp womp. But yeah, other than that, like, maybe Skystone, but honestly, we don't use Skystone enough, and like this MV Rock Crusher making it yeah, it's made 166k, so it's not like we really need that much.
You changed stuff with flux point.
Yes, because now if we use flux points, you can actually see how much power we're using. So right now we're consistently using about 60k FE a tick.
Do you want to change it to flux point for the farm too, or you want to keep using the laser?
Didn't I change it?
Not over here.
Not over where?
Next to me. Right here. At the bottom.
What?
Right here. It's hidden.
Oh, Jesus. I mean, this is only LV, so it's not really going to be drawing that much power. Like...
Well, I mean, yeah, it's 2 LV to NV.
256 FE a tick.
Above your head too.
Above my head?
Yes, there's 2 of them.
But why? Why?
Because I guess I'm an idiot. I could have used the same one.
Yes, you could have.
All right, let me change that actually.
Oh my god.
I didn't think about that one. Okay.
More like you didn't think full stop.
I mean, he said I need to duplicate what I made here, so I'm just gonna do one do the whole thing. Brr, 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 brr. It made what it was doing twice. Oops. And then boom,
But then boom.
boom.
Oh, how much diesel am I using? Oh my god, I'm barely using any diesel. Holy shit. uh
Right now it's using
Oh!
512.
Shit. That's not good.
Mm.
The fluid drilling rig is only pumping 37 millibuckets a second now. I need to make the upgraded one soon.
I need more power. The advanced compressor is not fast enough.
Advanced compressor?
That's the thing making the plant ball. This one.
Well, this is an HV machine, so you can't get more power.
They need more than HV. What is this using LV?
Because
Like,
okay, sis. Press U on the potato and go to the compressor recipe.
Potato compressor.
So you see how it's 8 potatoes, 1 plant ball, and it says usage 2 EU a tick.
Yes.
So that's at LV. It says ULV, but it's LV, right? So if you multiply that by 4, that gets you 8 EU a tick at medium voltage. If you multiply that by 4 again, that gets you 32 EU a tick at high voltage. Unless we make a multi-block compressor, which I don't think there is. At least not like one of the large ones that we can make now.
Compressor.
No, there isn't one. Yeah.
I see.
So this is the maximum amount of power that this thing can use until we can get to IV and you can make the multi-block one from that. Or
IV?
we get to IV or EV and then you make the next tier of compressor. The thing is, as soon as we can make the next tier of compressor, you can literally just slap it down right here and it will just use it'll use 128 EU a tick. And it won't even complain that it's just on an HV line because you're not even using an HV amp. Oh my god, sis. Oh, you are gated by that though. Huh.
Yep.
That's surprising.
Lumi.
Oh, why did you upgrade the pyrolyze oven to...
I thought it was this that was the issue, but no, it's not. So that's why I disconnected it. That's too big.
Anyway, I need to go back down to ore processing. Missing ingredients. I need 160 nichrome still. Pain.
Now, why does it still say EV? It's no longer EV. What?
What's the... what?
But the Paralyze oven says it's using EV, but it's... I removed the wires. It should be HV.
Because it is using that much EU a tick The thing is, because you don't have a cable to this other one, it's just running on the buffer that's on this HV hatch. So if you don't connect a wire to that, if it runs constantly, no,
What?
dummy,
Just
you just voided some stuff. What are you doing?
trying to make it back to HV, but I don't know how.
If you remove that HV energy hatch and put like a ULV casing there, just remove the energy hatch, period.
Okay.
Because it has two hatches, it thinks, oh, well, now I can overclock. So it runs at EV.
Oh.
The thing is, though, because you're not 100% keeping it supplied,
Yes, there's no point.
well, no, you can leave it at EV for the time being, as long as you don't keep it 100% supplied.
Why?
We'll hover over the HV energy hatch. It's not going down.
Oh, okay, you mean the power.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't need to connect the other HV hatch, but whatever. Look here. Just like watch that hatch for a couple minutes.
Yeah, it's not going down. It
Yeah.
stays around that area. Okay.
So it's because if you look, when this is running, it uses 640 EU a tick, which is a little bit more than one high voltage amp, right? Look at it this way: 1 amp of a specific voltage is a full amount of that voltage packet, right?
Okay.
So high voltage is 512 EU for 1 amp. So that is using, what is that, 128?
Well, as long as it's not always on, it's fine.
Well, actually, here's the thing. These HV energy hatches can accept 2 amps. So because this is using less than 1024, it doesn't matter if you hook up this other energy hatch, because this one energy hatch can actually keep it powered. But you need to have the second energy hatch in order for it to think that it can run at EV.
Oh.
It's really confusing, but like the way that the math works on that, that's the explanation that I can give.
It worked, so that's
Yeah.
fine.
Also, we'll be getting nichrome coils too soon, so you'll be able to upgrade the Canthal coils in this at some point. Although
You mean,
you don't really need to.
I don't know what the coils change if I change.
Processing speed.
Okay.
If you go from the Canthal to the nichrome, it processes 50% faster.
Does it use more power or something?
It uses the same amount of power, so it uses less power overall.
Oh.
It uses less power for the same amount of output. It just does it
Right.
faster because they're better coils. But I don't want you to use the first coils that I'm making right now.
I'm not going to touch that. Unless the only time we'll change it is if there's power issue. Then I will change it.
That shit's
Yeah.
so. By the way, was it you or Zyke who did the dynamic lights along the path?
Me.
I like that.
You need to turn it to peaceful because if you go under, I put light here because zombies were spawning. There was just so many mobs spawning.
Well, yeah,
So I
you're supposed to put
slap.
you're supposed to put lights. See?
You don't need to. It's for machine, not for light.
Yeah, until I have night vision, I don't like. We need light. Speaking of, oh, we can actually make night vision goggles. We just need the batteries. That's funny.
Can you make the battery?
We have all the stuff to make it. Yeah. If you want to make night vision goggles, sure.
I
You
don't
make-
really need it. Or
I'll
if
turn
you
it to
need
peaceful if you do.
Okay, I can't.
Oh boy. It's gonna be time to upgrade our EBF.
From GregTech, which
Uh,
night vision?
there's only one night vision goggles.
Oh, the other one is something else. Okay. Small sodium battery. Small battery hull. Okay. Wait.
We have the ability to make everything
Small
for it.
battery hull.
The night belongs to us. Belongs to lovers because the night belongs to us.
Are you using alloy? What's it called? Battery alloy ingot or something?
Yeah, we have that patterned somewhere. Oh. How many did I request?
No, small battery. Night.
So touch me
vision.
now. Touch me now. Touch
No,
me
not that.
now. Belongs to lovers because the night belongs to us.
Sodium dust. What the fuck is a canner?
We have one on the medium voltage line. It's in the back. In the back.
Wait, but my battery. It's gone. There you go, Maple. You can make the night vision goggle.
Oh. Did you make enough for Zyke to make one too?
You said you only needed it for you. Fine.
Zyke's gonna need some too. Mode switch.
Alright, I can make one now. Where's peaceful?
Armor mode switch.
Maple.
Nano muscle suite. Wait, do I just have to... Nope. Oop. How the fuck do I turn these on?
Do you have power?
Say that they need power. Oh. Okay, so the Flux Network... Oh, right. Flux Network also charges your boots and your terminal, by the way.
Flux network. What's that?
Oh, there we go. Night vision enabled.
Does it charge it faster?
Huh?
Does it charge it faster?
Does what charge what faster? What, huh?
Flux network.
It does it wirelessly.
Oh.
It
How do
does
you
it
do that?
passively. Huh?
How they make it charge passively?
It already should be.
No, it's not charging my boots.
Oh, that sounds like a you problem then. It's working for me. Oh boy.
No, no.
Okay, everything is so bright. Holy shit, everything is bright. Actually makes the
Yeah,
base weirder to look at.
I made a light pattern thing.
A light pattern? What?
Dynamic light, dynamic edge light, the things that are on the path. Because I need a shit ton of it.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. What the fuck did I need? Right, molybdenite. Right. I was going to make... Okay, so let's make 4 of those? Nope. So I need 2x silver wire and large polytetrafluoroethylene pipe. Silver wire. Silver wire. Wire mill. Is this the 2x one? Yeah. Okay. So HV energy. Shit. Black steel. Ah, fuck. Hey, I need you to stop making nichrome for a bit. Stop.
No.
Make me black steel. Sorry, African American steel.
What?
Never mind. I'm sorry my jokes are too highbrow for you, sis.
No, the joke is just bad.
You're just bad.
I know.
Okay, Michael Jackson.
What? I don't get that one.
Because you're bad.
What does
You
that
know
mean?
I'm bad. I'm bad. You know it. I'm really, really bad. Really? No?
Nope.
Go listen to Bad by Michael Jackson.
Not right now.
No, right now.
I'm playing Minecraft.
Listen to Michael Jackson at the same time.
Okay. YouTube. Bad Michael Jackson. Bad. There we go. No, wait. This is not gonna be it. This is 18 fucking minute long.
Huh?
There we go. I don't know. I clicked bad official video. The video is 18-minute long.
What the fuck?
All right, bad lyrics. There we go. 4-minute long. That's better.
I'm bad, you know it. No, I'm bad. I'm bad. Oh, what was I making? HV energy hatches, that's right. Bad, I'm bad, you know it. Bad, I'm bad. Okay, so I need to make sodium bisulfate. I need a mallet. Oh, I just realized that I can actually just wall share that. Might wind up doing that. But anyways, again, who's bad? Bad, I'm bad. Oh. LV output hatch, LV input hatch, bus. And then I need maintenance hatch. Boop, boop. God, I love LCRs.
There we go. Expanded the platform again. All right, this song is boring.
Oh,
Or do you like the big platform now?
I need an electrolyzer. Oh, fuck, that makes... God damn it.
Oh, shit.
How the fuck am I gonna do this?
So how does the base look like with the night vision and the pad?
Very fucking bright.
Do you need this platform under expanded?
Eh.
expand it a bit.
Okay, so this one is going to make the sodium bisulfate. So I need sodium hydroxide and sulfuric acid. Input hatch. Input bus.
Alright, I need to figure out how to connect this my shit to the flux terminal thing. Do I need to... Where do should I go for if I want to try to connect it? Any flux point?
Huh?
How do I connect my items to the flux terminal?
You mean connect your items? What?
So they charge wirelessly.
Like I said, it should already be configured. It's configured in the controller.
Where's the controller? Oh, with the power.
Sodium hydroxide and sulfuric acid. Oh. I need an output bus or hatch. What? So why isn't that working? Sodium hydroxide and sulfuric acid make sodium bisulfate and water. Oh, that's an output hatch, not a bus. Oh, fuck.
Here we go.
There we go.
Now it's charging. So I look at it and it says wireless charging is ineffective, and I just turn on the thingy. I don't know if it's everyone need to do it for themselves, but no, I'm fine. Yay.
Trash. Oh. Trash. Hydrogen. Okay, so now... Wait a minute. Where did that go? Oh, it's probably sitting in the controller, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Super tank. Storage bus. Sodium persulfate. There we go. Now we're making sodium persulfate. And now we should be able to see it. Cool. So now we can use sodium persulfate if we want, but honestly, we shouldn't be using it to make boards. And other than that, it's basically just used in ore processing, so that's fine. Jesus, that's so much emerald. Cool. So now, sodium persulfate. I need sodium persulfate to process at least a ore. Oh, what? Electric ore factory. So, firebox. Oh, I need more of these. Bronze machine casing. Bronze machine casing. Okay, make me bronze plates now. Jesus. Oh, well, that's going to be a little bit. And then solid machine casing. Eyelids are like movie screens.
Nice. And I'm processing too much biochaff. Cool.
What a funny little twist in her simple plot. Think I need to upgrade the Vacuum freezer. I've got 2 HV energy hatches, so I guess I might as well. Oh, you know what? Shit. Shit.
I changed
Ow,
Zyke
ow,
Pumpkin
ow.
Farm a bit. I connected the Zyke Pumpkin Farm to the fertilizer.
He's got a pumpkin farm?
Well, I mean, yeah, you made a pumpkin farm for seeds.
What? Okay.
I don't know what you said. You think you needed seed oil for something?
So,
Oh, yeah,
Sis,
what?
do you want to make another pyrolyze oven?
I can. For
For making wood tar.
wood tar. Wood tar. It's made from
Wood.
charcoal.
It's made from charcoal?
Yes. In an extractor, you can make wood tar from charcoal. But in a pearlized oven, you can make it from wood.
Oh, yeah. You had me confused for a moment there. Oh.
Wait. What gas do I make with this? Okay, no, there's no nitrogen in this. Okay. So I need a farm to make wood.
Well, you can just use the wood from the tree farm.
Do I produce enough?
Oh, fuck yeah.
You just send everything to the other. The thing is, I do not know how to modify your whatever you have going on with the wood. Like you send everything to this drawer, then it's already sent to this chest, and it just burned, and it's turned into 5-minute truck.
Well, you could, here. I know how I can modify it. Do this. This. Set it to round robin. And connect to this node. So it'll
Okay.
alternate between sending wood to the drawer and the pyrolyze oven that you set up.
Okay.
And don't worry, it'll keep up. Because this makes a stack every, what, 2 seconds? The fastest you
Less
can...
than 2 seconds. Yeah, it does it less than 2 seconds.
Yeah, and then the fastest that you'll be able to do it... we'll probably get nichrome coils for this. Oh, you know what? Wait, we can modify this entirely. Why am I getting a call from Surrey, BC? No, I'm good. We can modify this entirely because I didn't realize that the pyrolyze oven made wood tar and charcoal.
Oh, so you don't need this anymore.
Yeah. You could just set up the pyrolyze oven like right here. We'll hook it up to HV power. We'll upgrade this to HV power.
Is it already HV power? Oh, it's MV.
Yeah, it's MV hatches running at HV power.
So you want me to replace both of those hatch to HV energy hatch?
Yeah. We've got more than enough of a charcoal backlog, so it's fine.
Signalum wire is good for HV
no!
Right? No? Okay.
Okay, look at the wire.
Oh no, voltage,
what
MV,
does it say?
I see.
You dummy.
That's why I ask. Is HV wire good for MV energy hatch?
As long as you're only giving it MV power.
Alright, I will also change this one to HV. Fuck it.
You might as well.
Ooh.
Oh, hello,
Hi-yo.
Zyke.
Well,
I'm doing ore processing upgrades. I made the distillation tower.
yeah, I was gonna get to that. I didn't feel like it last night. I'm sorry.
I need bismuth from one of these fucking ores, and I'm getting shook.
What do you need bismuth for? The next EV
No.
EV thing or
To make blue steel casing in order to make the multi-block macerator.
oh,
And then the
You see I
multi-block
made,
macerator can just replace all of these steam grinders. You made what?
see that I made what is it? Duranolem? I can't remember how the fuck you say it.
Huh? Duralumin?
Yeah, that shit. Yeah,
What's that one for? Oh, for the electrolyzer.
electrolyzer. Yep.
We've got flux networks now, so we can see how much power we're using. And we're not using nearly as much power as I thought we were. We're using
No.
about 68k FE a tick. And the thing that I made over here with the diesel power is making 100 and something thousand FE?
Oh, Maple, question.
No.
Okay. What is this?
I need you to think for yourself for a bit right now because I keep getting distracted.
Alright, just gonna try to guess what the fuck this machine do.
Can you make me not
But
a pleb on the Flux network?
Uh-oh.
Thank you.
Diggy diggy hole, diggy diggy hole.
Hey, look, my jet boots charged instantly.
Wait, how many of these firebox casings do I need? What? Is it not firebox casings there? Oh no, it isn't.
Did you see my way to turn pumpkins into pumpkin seeds?
No.
I set up a mechanical crafter.
Oh.
water and carbon dioxide.
Yes, we're making sodium persulfate now.
Is this you're doing? Or
Oh, I know why it's not working. I'm learning, Maple.
Holy shit, someone go mark the calendar.
Oh, and like I boost your pumpkin farm with fertilizer.
It didn't need to be boosted. It was already full on pumpkins.
I have too much fertilizer. Use it.
Did someone put a void upgrade on the pumpkins?
Yes, because it was full.
Yeah, so?
Fine.
The fuck is wrong with you?
I don't want a void upgrade on the seeds or the pumpkins because I don't need it to run that long.
Oh. But-
Once it makes max amount of seeds and pumpkins, it can stop.
Okay.
It doesn't need to run continuously. All it is making seed oil. I only
Which
have two.
he's setting
MB.
up he's setting up a thingy the fuck's that thing called? A pyrolyzed oven to make wood tar and then we'll get creosote from it.
Oh, to make lube.
Lube.
Alright. Fire hole light. Fire hole. Oh, there's one right here.
You moved my flux network. No, I'm kidding. You moved my Fluix cable. Because
Make that
Stop
hatch.
using glass cable too, Zyke. Jesus.
I have stopped.
Well, replace what you got there then.
No.
Yes. We've got the multi-block extruder, by the way. So you can start
do?
encoding
Oh.
shit for that.
Energy hatch. I need 10 of those, thank you. Ah, fuck. Okay. 4. Yeah, 4. Oh, I need stuff I don't have.
Come on, give me my HV energy hatches. Structure incomplete.
Or your pipe casings in the middle and your muffler.
Oh, I didn't place them. Oh, because I guess I didn't have them? What? Muffler where?
Muffler goes one level below the soul
Oh,
infused
fuck
or
me.
whatever.
Soul infused.
Or steel, whatever the
Bronze!
bronze.
Dick.
Yeah, whatever the hell that is. The brown tan colored blocks.
Oh, for fuck's
High
sake.
voltage can. High voltage coil. Oh, that's annoying. Is there a way to automate or request high voltage coil?
Nope.
Oh.
What goes in the fucking middle of this thing?
I think it's pipe casings.
I need black steel. Okay. Need to make some of that.
Ah, jeez, that extruder's gonna be busy for a bit, isn't it? Pain. By the way, the quad EBFs are upgraded with Nichrome and EV. But we're limited by the fact that we don't have titanium, so...
What the fuck am I missing? I'm struggling making the energy arch. I'm missing items that I don't know how to craft.
Like what?
High voltage coil. To make a voltage coil, you need some of the items. And there's some of those items I don't know how to get.
Just follow the goddamn recipes.
That's what I'm doing, but I don't know what we can craft, and there's a tool missing. Like I need fine black steel wire, but for that we need the wire cutter.
No.
No.
Oh my
You put it in a wire
god.
mill.
How do I make it then?
How do you make what?
Fine black steel wire.
You click the recipe, and then click the wire mill thing. You put an ingot on circuit 3, and you get 8, or you put a wire in there, and you get 4.
What the fuck
Do
is
you
a
not see
wire
the
mill?
recipes?
I see now, but what the fuck is a wire mill?
You see, it's a machine that makes wires.
Yes, where is it?
There's one right here. This is the LV one. I don't know if there's an automated one that has circuit 3.
There is.
Is there?
Nope.
For circuit 3?
Nope.
And where's
Oh,
that?
there it is. Where the other automated machines are.
Is this one good?
Well, look at the recipes inside the pattern here.
Yes. Look at 3. Okay, so this one should be good, right? Okay, good.
You know, if you make a pattern, it can be automated.
Maple said no.
I said that we didn't have it automated.
But can I make it automated?
Yes. If it is not automated, make it automated so we don't have to worry about it in the future.
Good,
see?
because I will do that. Because fuck this
Yes.
shit.
So make a pattern and put it in this thing for this wire mill. Bango
And-
bongo, Bob's your uncle.
Where's the pattern machine again?
It's 15 seconds to make that. Okay, make that into an output bus. Good. And input hatch. God, I can't wait until we can make quad hatches.
I don't know what. Never mind. It's right here. Okay, good.
Okay. For sulfate. Uses in the ore processing. Ah, tantalite. Scheelite, ilmenite, tungstate, chromite, bornite, barite, chalcopyrite, sheldonite, beryllium, polysite, cobaltite, molybdenite, bastnasite, bauxite, cassiterite.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
why
really
isn't this
cool.
formed? What? Why isn't this formed? Can I not put the...
You're missing a block here, bud.
What?
This needs to come out one more. See how it's come out one more?
Oh, what the fuck?
So, what do I do if the pattern provider is full?
What are you talking about? It wasn't full.
It is full for this one.
You cry.
For this one. Oh. What's the next step after
One?
crying?
Which one?
This one right
The
here.
assembler.
Oh.
Honestly, Zyke, if you want to set up a bunch of them, a bunch of assemblers, we can't get the multi-block assembler until like EV or some shit like that. Or Ivy, rather.
Shit.
Yep.
Blur.
Where's the Sheldonite? There it is. I need
Advanced
that for
assembler.
platinum. There we go.
Also-
We're now getting tantalite.
Make more assemblers. That's how. Shit.
Oh, that's an HV recipe. Oh, by the way, Zyke, you have to add the dust to the storage buses for us to see it in our main network, by the way.
The interface?
No.
Oh. Gotcha.
What's the niobium in here? Niobium. Ilman. Ilmenite. Rutile is the other one that I want to see. There we go. Now we can see tantalite.
The hell is eating all of our oxygen?
What do you mean?
Going down quite quick.
Probably the sulfuric acid. Wait. No, there was something else. There was something else that I was using oxygen for. Had a lot of it.
Are these blue?
What blue?
Maple?
What?
These cables.
I haven't dyed any cables.
Oh. Oh, never mind. Okay, they just have a blue thing and I thought they were blue. Never mind.
Oh, it could also be, I set up, ethylene. So you can tear down your ethanol and ethylene or polyethylene production. Same with the sulfuric acid, because I have those in LCRs now. You could probably do block exchangers on these, you know.
Oh, with V? Or Alt or whatever? Is that...
Huh?
What do you mean?
There's a tool called an exchanger.
Oh.
Oh, man. Now we're getting tantalum. You know what that means, like...
cheaper circuits or some shit. I can't remember.
SMDs, suck my D's. And then I also have Sheldonite.
Oh.
No! Fuck.
Why isn't this one working? Oh, I guess we're not making any more of the... Which... I guess we're not making any of the molten ore mixture right now? Oh, wait, what?
We
Did I not... Oh my god, I never hooked it back up. Pain! That hasn't been going this entire time because I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah, it looks like we might not be making any more. Are we getting raw ore slurry still? Oh yeah, we are. It's just very slow. Oh well. Alright, so what does it say our power usage is now? Mm, 52k. Oh, because the EBFs aren't running. Oh, why is this... Oh. I'm gonna pause that for now. There. Because I think I... Oh yeah, I got enough sodium persulfate for now. So why is this still struggling? It's an 8 amp and it's supplying 2 machines. Oh, no, the autoclave, right.
Pattern provider.
do the mega one. It says
Missing ME pattern provider.
Yeah, those aren't automated. I'm gonna make those by hand.
Formation core. Give me 2. What else I need?
No, you should request a bunch of them.
Okay, give me 10.
more like 120.
Give me 300. I can't.
Sure. That's more like it says. That's
200.
That's the mindset of Greg Tech. Go big or go home.
Pattern provider. What am I missing now?
Oh, you're making the electrolyzer. Wait, what are you wanting to electrolyze with this?
All the shit in this.
Oh,
Okay, yeah.
Like pyrochlor, apatite, emerald. I'm probably not going to focus on the ones that create a liquid until I get something set up for storing that or dump it somewhere.
well, pyrochlor makes a liquid.
But you understand what I mean.
Yeah. Thing is, though, this electrolyzer is alright, but it's not amazing. Because the main problem that it runs into is that it has no parallels. It only has perfect overclocks. And that pyrochlor, it's an MV recipe. And you can only have one energy hatch on this bitch.
You can? What?
Yep. And so that you can't tier skip. So you're only getting one perfect overclock. Pyrochlor ore would take 4 seconds to electrolyze 1 recipe worth. Like, it's not bad, don't get me wrong, but it's not like the be-all end-all. That's why I was going for the macerators first.
No need.
Because
Set it up. It's fine.
so what are you macerating here? For example, check the silver in the macerator. 20 seconds at ULV and it gets perfect overclocks the whole way up. 1.25 seconds for one ore or one of the raw ores.
I need someone to come check what I'm doing before I blow up anything.
8 times 1.25
What are you
takes
doing?
10 seconds to do the same amount.
I want to connect this to this. Is it fine, or is something going to blow up?
Why didn't you just place it like these ones, Sis? Why'd you have to put it on top?
I don't know, because I'm stupid.
I'm just asking.
Ah,
Oh, what did you do?
I didn't think. I did something bad.
What the fuck? What the fuck,
Okay.
man? Oh my god.
Get the patterns back,
Alright.
Sis.
Alright, I'm leaving before I get angry at Sis. Okay, bye. Okay, I gotta go. I guess I'll be back tomorrow because we won't be playing whatchamahoo's it tomorrow. We won't be playing what is that? What is that pack called?